Hey, thank you, Lee. Well, that did not work. Our lights are working this morning. All right, let's get everything. You should start hearing them now. I had them muted. Hopefully. I don't know. We'll find out. Perfect. It's the giant hole into my laptop. Today's going to be console day. We got yeah, see that. Looks like it hasn't been running for a minute. Interesting. Hmm. What's going on, Tech? Morning, Cyber. Okay. I'm trying to figure out why pin cord isn't working. I still get pictures of the builds. I just haven't uploaded them. Hmm. 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 Thank you for following. Oh, I might have to reset up pin cord entirely. Because this ain't, well, the announcements are not working for some reason. Is it that all white one? Yeah. I enjoyed that build as well. Okay, I guess we're gonna set this up. Delete. Okay. New integration. And we're going live on announcements. Add channel. Waiting for Twitch. Tracking healthy. Okay, let's try this. I had to reset it back up. Now it's there. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't my Discord bot wasn't working. All right. All right. Got stuff sitting here in boxes today. We got ourselves a 3090. Got to take a look at, make sure it's working. And then I got some parts to install. How was everyone's weekend? I'm feeling way better than I was on Saturday. All right, let's get into some pixel pointers this morning. See what kind of news we got from the weekend. Definitely more news than this, but this is all we got this morning. I'm going to start adding stuff as I find it. Asus is coming with their own ROG augmented reality glasses. Huh. See, my big thing is like, what is the overall purpose of the augmented reality glasses, right? I agree. That's why this desk is set up, Tech. Like, who can actually utilize them? Like, is the idea that you're going to wear these glasses, get rid of all your monitors, and set up screens, and then take them down, you can't see anything, and you have all this open workspace, and then you got to put them back on, and sure, you can see what's going on around you. It's just one of those, it is just an odd thing to me. I don't know who they are specifically for yet. I like the idea of them, but until they get to a point where they can integrate like a whole bunch of stuff into them, it's really, really hard for me to be like, yeah, no, totally, I get who they're for. And like they're not going to be cheap. This thing's probably going to cost $500 to $800 for these. But if if Razer is anything to go by, this product could just be something they're doing to build hype for something else. Everything is going micro RGB. So that's what this article is about. Samsung has their first micro RGB TV. There's some good videos out there on this TV. The whole idea behind it is instead of using CMYK and trying to shove that into a 3 pixel matrix, which that's what all RGB LED is, a 3-pixel matrix, you now have a TV that's designed to work off of a 3-pixel matrix. So red, green, blue. And the signal you're getting is CMYK, and then there's a processor that has to switch that signal over to that. Whereas this, from the time it receives a signal, immediately does it. So you get more accurate color. So going back to the glasses thing, Tech, like what professional could use the glasses? But for what would be the question? That's making a lot of assumptions as to having software designed around it too. Which, I mean, it's theoretically possible. No new Reddit posts in here. But like those glasses require you to be physically attached to something. So unless we have like a microcomputer that they're somehow wearing, the odds of that actually working out are probably not great. I don't know. Like, I understand the concept of them. The original idea behind the augmented reality stuff was for the military, so that someone who's out in the field on their way to deal with an engagement can get real-time updates about either their enemy or the other units or fields of fire. So they have all of that built into a helmet that they can wear. The DOJ was running with that for a while, as well as several armed forces. The problem was we didn't have the technology to pack it small enough so that it is wearable and doesn't add significant weight to the soldier. I mean, like the way we're accelerating with cell phones now, like you could in theory do something like that a lot easier than you could even 5 years ago. Samsung Galaxy Z Trifold. This thing is all over the place because Samsung was like, hey, Huawei, we can do that too. Huawei released that phone that had the triple fold action going on. I don't know. I'll take a look at one in person at some point. But it's just the problems that I have with my folds are the reason I switched over to Apple. Like I have an iPhone now just to make my life a little bit easier. So my wife has an Apple, I have an Apple, I have a MacBook that I take out to clients, and then I have an iPad I do all my intakes with. Being able to go from device to device to device makes my life a lot easier. I get it. The idea of being able to whip, like, just in the middle of nowhere, flip them open, and you could, in theory, turn this into like the screen of a laptop. So you buy a foldable keyboard that unfolds twice, and then you stick that on there, and you have a portable workstation with decent sized surface area. That's my use case for it. I've always liked the idea of, you know, going out and having, what happened to my phone? Love when I put my phone under stuff. It's the best. Hey, I have a laptop that, like, I'm trying to remember what company did this. I think it was Motorola, but they had a keyboard and a screen, and all the processing was done by a phone, and you just slid it into the back of the monitor, and suddenly you have a full desktop experience coming off of an Android phone. And it worked okay for what it was. I mean, it wasn't great for productivity, but it worked. It got the job done. And this was at least 10 years ago. Like, at the very least. So I still think that there is a place for that. All right, let's see if we can't reply to this question about micro ATX versus ATX in regards to case size in the middle of making a custom PC. Rig, yada, yada, yada. No, there's nothing you need to worry about whatsoever. Hmm. Only thing I would say that you're going to have to worry about is making sure you have adequate cooling with that processor. Because this thing is going to be toasty. 64 gigs of RAM. 64 gigs of RAM. $1,000. All right, let's get in here. I built in this case a couple times, and there are a couple things to worry about. Cooling is not amazing in this case, and if you try to compensate by throwing higher airflow fans in the case, you end up with this weird situation where the fans will start, or actually it's not the fans, where the airflow into the case on the side that has the fans starts to whistle. Just be aware. Other than that, there's no real constraints. Yeah, what he has listed here is an ITX motherboard. All right, what you're looking at is ITX, not MATX. There are no real things. Just take your time and be prepared to return to pivot your build based on internal constraints of the case. It will get tight. All right. Hopefully that helps that guy. Morning, Grant. How are you? The lights are on.
What is making the Intel Arc B580 more popular now? Is it because of the price, or is it because more options in the market currently, or both, or is it because of AMD and Nvidia high cost of GPUs?
That's a great question. The B580 is more popular because you're getting slightly above 50-60 performance for less money. That's really what it comes down to. And they're more widely available. That's really what I would say the big thing is with that. Good, man. How was yours? Grab some water here. Oh.
Important question. What happened to the Honda hoodie?
The Honda hoodie is currently sitting on top of my shelf here at the office until I can get a shadow box for it. Nice. Everyone loves a good weekend off.
Do you expect Nvidia to re-release older GPUs as rumors are coming out?
Yes. Jensen Huang has even been like, yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe we'll look into that. Morning, humanity. Hey, thank you, Grant.
Grant got subbed by an anonymous user.
Oh, okay. Thank you, humanity.
Humanity got subbed by an anonymous user.
Nice.
For 2026,
Very nice.
where do you see PC building or PC gaming going? Do you see more people buying pre-builds or buying used and upgrading parts as needed?
I see more people buying consoles. Seeing as a PlayStation can still be had, like a PS5 is, what is the PS5 currently going for? $400 for the digital edition? Getting a computer for gaming that has the same level of performance is very unlikely for that money. See you later, man. Thanks for hanging out when you can, man. Miss having you here. So the thing with that, Lee, is that, yeah, it may be free online, but the game still costs the same amount of money. And let's just say that theoretically you're dealing with a situation where you have, you know, there's like 2 games that you play, and yeah, you need online for them. How long would it take to cost the same as far as hardware specs to reach the same cost as a standard decent gaming computer today? Like, how many months? We got to tear this thing down, because this was, the guy didn't list it in the listing. This was used in a water cooling loop, and he told me that after the fact. We're just missing a bunch of screws, so we're gonna have to take this apart and see what's actually going on. No, but in the context of that, you can get a cheap $200 laptop then, right? I mean, that's what the trade-off would be.
Do you see the Steam machine being a major part for the PC gaming market to bring more people into the PC gaming world?
Not right now, no. Not unless they can find a way to get the price under $1,000. If they can get the price down, I have no idea what these screws are that they put in here. It's definitely not what's supposed to come in here. If the price was around $800, maybe. But with the price right now theoretically being up over or right at 1,000, it's gonna be tough. Though, I mean, I guess the Steam Machine could theoretically be a PC too, so.
I DM'd you 10 seconds ago. Why haven't you replied yet? Notice me, senpai, notice me.
Because I can't hear Discord notifications on this. Do I even have Discord here? Discord. Yeah, I'll send them over to you when I get through what I'm doing.
Do you see budget gaming laptops being more friendly budget device for people wanting to get into PC world?
No, I do not. Gaming laptops generally end up being more expensive than buying either a cheap refurbished or say like an inexpensive pre-built, because you're having to deal with the added cost of slapping a screen onto whatever it is you're actively buying. Oh yeah. This thing is disgusting. Almost no thermal paste on this side. This entire row of VRMs was missing.
Doggo emote? If so, can we include chip?
Yeah. Poorly wants me to do a smug one next. This is why when you buy stuff off of eBay and they're like, they don't tell you the full description of everything that was going on, you immediately have to be wary. I'm thinking about just doing a return on this. Because the guy's like, oh yeah, it's just missing screws. Bull. Show you guys what we're missing at this point. So, on your GPU, these power stages are all supposed to have thermal pads on them. And if you don't have those thermal pads, you are letting the air try and cool these guys, which is not a good idea. The other thing that's missing is there's supposed to be a metal plate here for the VRM on this side, and it's just missing. Yeah, I'm going to be returning this. Yeah, it was on a water block, but they didn't tell anyone. It wasn't listed in the posting as such, because stuff is just wrong. Okay, well that goes there, but that still leaves this completely uncovered. No. Card probably works fine. But I am not taking a card where the cooler is not the correct cooler. More than likely, they bought this cooler off of eBay because they lost the original stuff for this, and they just tossed it on here thinking that it would just be fine. Definitely not. Not how it works. Thank you for the subscription, Emily.
37 months.
Yeah.
Do increasing PC prices mean people will make more repairs to their existing machines?
I would like to hope so. The problem is like it's not only just like the base PC prices that are going up, it's also the price for the components that are going up. So the components that I would need to buy to repair stuff also going up. And that really, really sucks. All right. Let's get this return process started here. So I am not keeping this card.
See the next PlayStation and Xbox consoles being delayed?
I don't see them being delayed. I see them being more expensive. That's about the only thing that I could see. Yeah, Emily? Hopefully they get it figured out for you soon enough.
Is there any Nintendo Switch 2 games you're wanting or looking forward to more being ported to the system?
I'd like to, I'm interested in playing all of the Xenoblade Chronicles again on the Switch too. That seems fun to me. All right, let's go back over to the main desk. Get going with stuff today.
With consoles using recycled games rather than having anything new with any real tangible upgrades in graphics or playability, do you think people will buy the newer consoles in the amounts we've seen previously, or do you think folks may have actually began growing enough brain cells to start questioning what the heck is going on?
No. Because it's not the people that are buying the consoles that are wanting the upgrades. It's the people playing the consoles, which a majority of the time, the people buying the consoles and people playing the consoles, two different things. And when you have a person like a mother of, you know, a couple of kids, and both of their kids are screaming, we want the new one, we want the new one, that mother probably has no idea that there's a barely any difference between the 5 and the 6 or the 4 and the 5, right? So it's not the people buying that are driving the continued demand, it's the people playing. All right, let's go over to the computer repairs. Oh. Mm-hmm. My camera is not working for some reason. There we go.
Lights.
We got lights now. She's at home. She wasn't feeling super great this morning, so. But she's fine. She's just tired. She stayed up too late playing or coloring stuff. Excuse me. No idea. %91%. War games. I remember war games. Whopper. And it leaked out onto the internet. Nope. Didn't really pay any attention to any of that. Crazy tech for sure. I understand. Person better respond. Yeah, it needs to stop. Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine.
What is the status of this PC?
Status of this PC is I'm about to try something stupid. This PC is my test bench. I have more PCI cables here. Apparently I do not. That's CPU cables, no PCI cables.
I was yesterday years old when I realized in Linux when editing a file with nano you can go directly to the line you need to be at by typing nano plus 165, or whatever the line is, file location.
Well, that's fun. Why am I like this? I can fix her. So we have no CPU fan spinning also on this card. It should do a diagnostic spin on the first startup, which it's not doing. Okay, Emily. Owner. Yes, Emily, it'll be fine. Yeah, the fans are not spinning at all. So there's no cable for them. Only cable is for RGB. I'm not taking this thing apart again. Well, yes, the GPU may work. The fans do not. This thing's going back. Yeah, there was no additional cable in there for the fans. Yeah, exactly. How many times do you want me to say yes today, Emily? Yeah, this thing is frying. Yep. You know what? Screw it. I'm not doing it. It's just going in the box and it's getting returned. I'm not doing all this. What other problems am I gonna run into? So it's all packaged up. I guess I will reach out to my bank because it still has not come through. I don't know right now, Emily. What is it? That is incredibly expensive. Got a 4060. Interesting. Class performance. What does that even mean? Yes, it is very overpriced. Are they? It's a 1/2-inch driver. Not even a 3/4. That's crazy. Little big for what I need, but that is a good deal on that. Trying to see if there's any deals on 3090s around me. It's hilarious looking at people posting memory on Facebook Marketplace. I got 16 gigs of DDR4 RAM, $180. Like, yeah, that's not how that works, my guy. Crap. I may end up having to keep this card. I can't find them. Yeah, I'm not seeing them. Paid $1,000 for it because after shipping, that's what they're generally all at. I really don't want to have to buy a whole kit for this thing. Yeah. Thank you, Tech. I hit him up. And I will... Oh, there's plenty of eBay listings. I'm finding them all over the place. Well... Ooh, that was an instant reply. I gotta move forward with this. Yeah, I can see all the eBay listings. Oh, I just don't want to... I gotta see what's gonna happen with this refund. If this person denies the refund, then I gotta wait for frickin' eBay to step in. All right, after I take this thing apart, we're going to check everything here one more time. And see what I can do. Okay. Found the fan cable. Pretty sure that's supposed to go there. Morning, GMT. How you doing, man? So confused as why this thing has pads on the back. It's almost as if this person just didn't know what goes where. So he was guessing. These don't need pads. These need pads. Does not need a pad. Needs a pad, needs a pad, needs a pad, needs a pad. Which we have. And then that needs a pad. So this also needs a pad. If this works, I'll order a whole kit for this. And we will go through and cancel the return and just do this manually. Probably a better idea to put it on this side. Two of these things stacked on top of one another is what I'm going to have to do. Regardless, I feel like I'm going to need to clean this card before we put it into full production. Yeah, this is absolutely not the right cooler for this. Well, there it is. I found it. Maybe I'm wrong. All right, so we have stuff here. We have stuff here. We have that one goes there. This one and that one is already on there. We got another one up front. And then we have this one here. This does not need anything. So I guess what I'll do is I'll order. We're gonna run this through another test here. Make sure these fans spin up. Well, if these fans spin up, then I guess we'll just keep it. I'll order a thermal pad kit, and we will go from there. Gonna have to figure out kind of this screw situation too, because these are 100% the wrong screws for this. Sure, they get the job done, but that doesn't make them right, especially when we're relying on these things for compression, not just aesthetics. Like, I'm at a point where, like, if this works, what I will do is I will actively just find another one of these that's listed as, like, for parts, and just pull the cooler off of it. Nope. Yeah, I want to get the whole thing. That one's in the wrong place. This one goes over here. Yeah, well, I mean, not necessarily. As if you get, let's say you do get the cooler and it doesn't have any of the thermal pads, I'm still wondering if I'm putting the right thermal pads in the right place. That's all. All right. Hey, look at that. Our fans actually spin up now. Let's do same test. What are cheddar whales? I'm more interested in that than the fact you got to clean up your mess. What are cheddar whales? Maybe. Chris, when last time you went on place? What does that mean, Emily? Was the last time I was on a plane? Like 10 years ago. They don't sell name brand stuff? Oh, that's hilarious. That's awesome. I am concerned about these VRM temps. That's actually dope. Well, it's in here running. The fans are running now. I'm just concerned with some of these temperatures. No, there wasn't a plate missing. It's the... there's some thermal pads missing, but that's... Yeah, I'm gonna cancel the return. And then just clean it, put it back together. All right, we're just gonna go with it. We're gonna order new thermal pads. I know what sizes that I need. Nope, Thermal Grizzly. Good morning, Ramrod. It is awesome to see you this morning. Doesn't look like he has $20 for a pad. Not this. So I'm going to be spending over $100 with Thermal Grizzly. But then I'll have them. It's 100 by 100 sheet with 2 pieces. So like I'm future proofing myself a little bit here. And then we'll take this GPU apart and we will give it a solid cleaning for sure. This is Chris. Yeah. Yeah, it's $100. Alrighty. Have a good one. Bye. 120 bucks. And we'll have all new thermal pads on this thing. I will get it cleaned up. I'm going to fix more PCs here shortly, Emily. We're going to be working on consoles. Today's console day. We're going to get everything set up. We're going to put on some music and we're going to vibe through stuff. Yeah, doing what? This is Chris. Okay. No, because you have to have a phone that is tied to that Alexa, that Amazon account. So if I were to come out and set it up, or anyone comes out and sets it up, if you don't have a smartphone, it's going to be tied to that person's account. No, it used to be possible. It's no longer. They want you to buy a new one. Yeah, but you still need a smartphone. That's correct. I mean, you can get away with getting like a inexpensive like tablet from like Best Buy, because like you don't necessarily need a smartphone. You just need a tablet or a smartphone. So either of those will work. No, you need a tablet because you have to download their app. Yeah, Best Buy. Yeah, they're relatively inexpensive too. I don't sell tablets. I don't do anything with tablets. A tablet is a cell phone, basically. Yep, have a good one. Bye. What's going on? Let me sign up. Going to spam. Not spam. Not spam. So far, so good. Thermal Grizzly refuses to let me sign up. Because I was in a guest session? Is that what it was? Why will it not let me do this? There we go. Ooh, Fallout 1 is a very, very different game. It's more of a like a top-down kind of control thing. And it's very much more about reading. VRM temperature's slowly creeping. Yeah, it's a 3090 from eBay that I just got that was in a liquid loop, but they did not specify that when they was sold. So now I'm in the process of ordering pads, and I'm going to order a whole new like enclosure for it so I can make sure it's getting proper compression across everything. Thank you. This isn't a tough. This is the ROG Strix. All right. Yeah, I found one. All of the screws are gone. Yes, this is my company. Yeah. I don't know if they're the same, Master. Like some of the stuff on the card definitely can be different. All right. Well, set this off to the side for now. And then when that board or when those pads come in, we'll get it all cleaned up. Yeah, I found a whole teardown guide and everything. Oops. All right. Let's disconnect this monitor off of this bad boy. Yeah, I can already see that holes and stuff are in different places, Master. So they're slightly different, which is weird, right? I guess let me finish this thing I started for tech. I mean, they should. That's the general idea of that. All right, let's see. We're gonna have to diagnose this screen. Good morning. Feeling better? Huh? Why do you say that? You say you're tired all the time? What are you talking about? Okay. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Two and three. Tablets? Of what? The chat says good morning. Yeah, it's kind of chilly out here. Not super bad, but a little bit. What does that mean? What does that even mean, Mom?
Exercise must be working. I think that's what that means.
Okay. Eh,
What's business every day?
I'm just busy. I need to. We had 12 phone calls and one walk-in. Can you write that down and add it?
I update last week.
Not updating last week. You just add it in. You select the date.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. Back in. What's already been entered?
What's going on? Okay, guys, let's get some music going. We're gonna have a nice. We're gonna work on this. on this. Disconnect this. I really need to, unfortunately, take this all the way apart to get this out. See what's going on with this screen. And this little bit of wrapping off of here. Tonight we go back to editing videos. We'll be editing videos tonight, and then every night later today when we're doing we have a Q&A session scheduled in the afternoons. And one of the things that we're going to do during that is I have a bunch of shorts that I need to get up and out across all the platforms. We're going to do all of the social media stuff for that today so that Tech, who's my lead mod, can generate some more of those for me. Let's do this. Twelve, and then one walk-in. Yes, it was quite a lot of phone calls. All right. That's kind of what I was concerned about right there. Let's go ahead and just unplug that for the time being. This is the exact same model that a little bit ago, we had a customer come in, and the way he took the monitor off was by literally cutting it. This cable. And that cable, I can't really fix that once that's cut. Okay, just imagining things. You just got to be patient as you lift this up and out. Nice and patient. We're just gonna gently do each one of these cables. There's one. There's two. Set that off to the side. All right. Let's see what we see when we get this apart. While still making sure we're not hitting the screen with anything, just in case there's nothing wrong with the screen and it's just the cable. Let's grab some plastic tools. Just be careful right around here. We have a microphone array and a camera array. Just want to lift up. And then we can slide more to release all this adhesive. All right, we got pull tabs. pull this here. So we gotta, this is gonna be, it's just in an awkward space. Just need to pull. And then after I pull this, I gotta go help Angeline, so we'll be right back after that. But these are some strong freaking pull tabs. Oh, you didn't, like, I got this shelf all lit up, Angeline. It's all strung up and everything, so when someone does something like,
Oh, I see. Way down there. Holy smokes.
I mean, it's on all of them except for that one.
Before I get back on this one here.
I'll be right back, everybody. Back. Write it down because I just want forwarding.
I got that. I need the total up here. What do you do?
I am not installing Linux on it. Because, Emily, you're always too busy playing games and working on your own stuff. Huh? Pursuing what? Uh-huh. Let's see here. Yeah, you can demand whatever you want. Sometimes Linux isn't the right solution, especially if a person has no personal knowledge or interest in Linux and they just want to use the computer for simple stuff. Oh, this one's going to be annoying. There we go. I've already been talking to them today about it. Because they don't know. They say it's left their bank, so they're not 100% sure what's going on. And they have no reason to not be honest about it, you know? Alright, I think we need to take this off. Does this come off? I mean, it kind of sort of has to, right?
What is the most popular GPU in the current market?
3060. RTX 3060. Still. How does that come apart? That's in there. Come on. We can do this. Strange that only rang on your phone. This does not want to move. Data center card, not a data card. So video cards that are meant for data centers that don't have regular video out on them and are designed for servers, so they don't have cooling and stuff on them either. Well, not always. Some of them do. Why do you not want to come off, sir? Oh, it's something, man. I don't know what it is that's holding this together right now. Oh, I was so close.
How do walk-ins? Is it the ones that drop something off?
Yes. There we go.
Or if they ask you a question about it?
I mean, you just count everybody. You just don't count people who are picking up.
I don't pick up. I've been counting everybody.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Okay?
All right.
No, not anymore.
What number do you have on your desk?
10.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. I don't think this is a break in this cable. I think this actual screen has failed. We're going to reseat this cable just to be on the safe side, and then we're going to put this thing back together. It's going to go like that. And we just pull this cable gently through. That all clips back in. Hear all the clicking happening. And now we have to get this cable back through here. Gotta love it. Just need to lift this up a little bit. What's going on my phone?
Yes, we do represent the two convention center.
This is Chris. Okay. Sure. Well, I don't know how long it'll sit in my shop, but usually I have a 2-day turnaround time as long as I don't have to order parts. What size hard drive? What's the size hard drive you have currently? So you have a 2 terabyte drive, or a 128. All right, so it's 128 gig. Okay. Like, all right, so 265 gig SSDs. See what those are running for right now, because I think I'm gonna have a hard time getting the ones that small. Usually the ones that I can get are 1 terabyte or 512. Yeah, they're running about 120, 130 bucks for. No, that is for the 512. The 1 terabytes are almost 200 right now. No, you can bring your own stuff. That's correct. Yep. Yeah, just until it gets delivered. Yeah. Here we go. Ow. I am not removing the motherboard. Okay. What is it, Master? Kioxia drives. Are they being stupid right now, too? Angeline. If you can. Get these cables retucked.
Hold on. Favorite guy.
Okay. This is Chris. Hey, Steve, what's going on? Yeah. How has it screwed everything up? Okay. No, I don't. Your TVs aren't linked to your computers. Yeah, they should be, unless you're parked switched to a different provider. Yeah. Yeah. So what do you need me to do, Steve? Because I'm not sure how I can help you. I don't know. What are you seeing? Is it something with the computer? Or is it something with the TVs? Who is they? Okay, that okay. Sure. But again, your computers don't have anything to do with your TVs. So nothing would be syncing from your computer to your TVs. No, that's not how that works at all. Okay. Okay, so you signed into a Microsoft account. You signed into a Microsoft account is what happened. What's the PIN for the computer, Steve? What's the PIN for your computer? The number that you have to punch in every time. It already is on. Uh-huh. So did you, like, what is this password? All right. So there's no password on this anymore. If anything ever asks you to come up to enter a password, just don't do it. Because you don't. You did. You just it was the way that it pops up. It makes it look like you don't. But like whenever something like that happens, if you call me, I do my best to try and make sure that you know you don't end up in that situation. But yeah, again, it doesn't affect anything other than your own computer. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with it per se. Sure. All right, Steve. All right, have a good one. Bye. Yeah, that's Steve. He means well. What's going on? So this screen is broken. That's what that was. I recognize that anywhere. Now, here comes... This is the fun part. Do we think we can order one? Because the last time we did this, it was almost impossible for us to get those Razer screens. It's the wrong size. It is the wrong size. Something popped up at the top that had vertical lines on it. I'm good with dealing with customers. Been doing it my whole life, so. Yeah, it looks like the screen got cracked right along the top. Up here. Well, on the bright side, we should be able to order one of these. Trying to get a good $350 because yeah, there's nothing wrong with a 9060. Try and get a B580. That's also a good GPU. Yeah, I have had trouble ordering these in the past. That's why I say it like that. Let's grab this. We got numbers, so that by itself should be enough for us to get something ordered for this. Let's see what we're looking at here. Yeah, this one here has all right. B8 fit the B580 is out of stock. I mean, I can see it for stock in stock on Newegg. I see them in stock on Amazon at $300. Yeah, what country are we in? All right, this is a Sharp LQ156 T1JW03. Yeah. Hi, my name is Chris. I'm with Bradenton PC Repair. I've ordered a couple screens from you guys. Yeah. Got two questions for you. One, if I give you the model number of a screen, can you tell me if you have it in stock before I put the order in? All right. So it is an LQ156 T1JW03. It says 114 on your site. Okay. And then the other one is, do you have shipping information for the replacement screen that you guys are sending me? The original thing was done on eBay. And then the one that I got, that's the one where the one that that I got shipped has the wrong IO on it, like the wrong cables. Okay. And then I guess when I get that, when I do hopefully eventually get that in, I just need information so I can get this other one shipped back to you guys. It is 6703 14th Street West, number 106, and Bradenton, Florida, 34207. Yes, there was that, and I'm getting ready to work on another one right now. Is the one that we just talked about, because I have to order that as well. We had the wrong, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will, because I mean, I'm not gonna. I work on maybe one or two of these a month, maybe, and I just don't want to sit on them. I don't have an unlimited amount of space. So, and I want to get these. So I want to get these back to you also. So. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then is any chance you can shoot me an email with like just tracking info once it's up, so that way I have something to track it? Yeah. Yep, I just gotta call the customer and confirm that they want me to go ahead and do that. So I just want to like checking that I can get it before I go through the process and be like, yeah, oh no, I can't get it. So yeah. All right. So let me give them a call, and then I will place the order, and I look forward to your email. All right. Yes, that's fine. Oh, it's fine. It happens. That's why I was reaching out. So, all right, have a good one. Bye. Yeah, they never shipped the replacement. this company's batting 1,000 so far. Hi, this is Chris with Bradenton PC Repair. If you could just give me a call back, 941-567-4017. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you. And we'll see if he wants to order that. All right, Angeline, number 10 is now waiting on customer response. I'm going to put it on completed 3. And now we're going to get the bench all set up, and we're about to burn through a whole bunch of soldering, desoldering. So I think we'll start with the Xbox. That should be one where I just need to figure out why it's no longer working. It's one we worked on last week. Yeah. I'm going to just go ahead and put it on my desk. I'm going to grab it now. All right, LCD cover. Should be this one, right? This is for a Dell. There's the one I ordered, a Dell. It's not a Dell.
This one's not even turning out. I mean, it's got power, but it's going nowhere.
Okay, turn it off. I think this is like, I vaguely remember this being one where the customer was going to hold on to the computer. Oh, no, it's this one. Never mind. All right. Number 21 set to not started, please. Xbox relook at. All right, we're not going to do an intro for this one. We're just going to put it up here. We're just going to get going on it. We got 1. We got 2. Leave that there. Get everything turned on. Good morning, Love Muffin. How you doing today? You know what? I also need to get, how many? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So it's 3 by 3. I need to get this shelf going. That's interesting. My multi-board to Gridfinity. It's 1 o'clock. Before we do this, we'll get into our exercises. I got protein shakes too. I shouldn't need food at this office for a while. There's someone up front? Oh, thank you. Why is it more? Okay. Even though I haven't paid you in 2 months?
I'm hoping it.
You should have told me that before I deposited all that money. Yeah, we'll see.
Well, wait. Another.
Okay, what are we up to? Set some. You get all those photos, Tech? Whew. One set done, got one more to do. Set 2.
Photos have been acquired.
Eight.
Go slower on the eccentric to promote muscle growth.
Whew. Okay.
Flashing.
Add 1 set to your rep. Okay.
Oh no, I'm doing 3.
Gotta build.
No. Forget if I'm having such fun like
Whew. All right. So we're at the point now where it's getting more difficult for me to just do, which is good. Progress. Unless I want to forget about what? Looks like this person broke this. nothing. Yeah. You can. Just nothing happens after you do that. Alright, let's get it apart. I think I have to replace the HDMI outright, unfortunately.
Push your mic back on.
Okay. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, get these green screws out of the bottom. All right, Emily. Master, stop deleting people's comments. Sarcastic as they may be. I need the engagement. I need them numbers. Got to pump them numbers, Master. I'm blaming you. I have no way of knowing who's doing it, but I'm going to blame you because you're here. I can blame Tech. Tech's here too. Tech, stop deleting people's comments. Oy. Yeah, YouTube. I appreciate that.
Why do you always want to take my fun away?
Because your fun sometimes is other people's downfall. Flip. Open and out. Well, if this is the same Xbox as this person claims, then there should be a piece of plastic on the inside of this missing that I put up here over somewhere. I do usually. I did not with this one. There it is. If this is missing, it's the same one. If it's not missing, this guy's trying to scam me. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay. How about you? All right, Steve. Yeah. Good New Year. Have a good New Year. No, I don't dislike you coming in here, so. See ya, Steve.
Healthcare made simple.
I don't know, Emily. We'll see. Don't touch the tip, folks. There's the connector. All right, let's get this giant thing apart. I really don't want to have to go through and resolder all this stuff back on again, but it looks to me like the guy just destroyed the bottom of this connector when he was going to put it in there, which means I'm more than likely going to have to replace the whole freaking thing, which is annoying. Which, if that's the case, I'm going to charge him another 25 and be like, hey, yeah, this thing was actively destroyed. So all the screws. No, I missed one. Yeah. That's the point of a warranty, right? Yep, this is the same one. Because this is supposed to be sitting right there. I'll remember it this time, probably. Yeah, it doesn't. Well, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see if just some of the pins came loose, and if they did, I'll just tack them back on. Because that has happened before, where I get done with a repair, and once it cools and you push it back, it's just like, oh no, I don't want to be connected anymore, and that's on me. Hey, look, Master, I know my limitations, okay? All right, let's get this thing underneath here, see what we see. Yep, that one's not connected anymore. That one is not connected anymore. Neither is that one, that one. That one, that one. All right, we're gonna have to tack these bad boys back down. Yep, sorry. Yeah, half of these are disconnected. But that's actually fine. We can deal with that. We've seen stranger things happen. Not the TV show. We'll see how well this does. If I need to add more solder, I am going to need to end up using my pencil. Oops. Well, we're just a little bit over the ways in here. Let's see how we're actually doing. See if these things are actually starting to make contact at all. Yeah, we're good there. We're good there. Good there. What is that? That could have been potentially dangerous. No clue what that was. It was a straight line. Yeah, definitely could have been. All right, let's just start on this side. There's already a little bit of flux still on here. That could not get off. You can kind of sort of see it. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool, Emily. That one and that one both still need help. Yeah, okay. Time to whip out the pencil. I need a little bit finer of a tip so we can add just a little bit of solder onto this. I always forget that this thing cannot get hot enough. On this board specifically. It's a 120 watt charger, I do believe. Dogs are good, Em. We got to do some admin stuff today, too. Well, that's unfortunate, Emily. Yeah, Emily. All right. Will this clean this off? Got some of it. All right. Let's put this bad boy back together. And hope that she just works. I don't have to do anything else. You want me to change the screen?
From YouTube, so I just got a 5090, plugged it and it works with video. But the card itself is not displaying any power like lights or anything, so not sure if it's intended or not.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I'm sorry. Just want to make sure it's fine and I'm getting full use of the card, that's all. There's no power lights on them typically unless it is something that has RGB. That's the only way to really tell on a GPU whether or not it's functioning correctly. But even then, having RGB is not a sign necessarily that it's working either. Maybe it was just, you know, karma that this thing came back. Because I just needed to do that. Maybe. Probably. What kind of lighting effects would you guys want to see on this? We know that I have a little bit more ability than what I've put up there, so I can do a little bit more. I can do racing, chasing. I like the flashing, because otherwise, if it's just like a subtle glow, you guys can't see it. Okay, that's good.
What about breathing effect or strobe effect?
Yeah, see, I have it do the strobe at the end. Let me distract myself for a moment. If this is the dude that's got the pyro, yeah, get out of here. Thank you, Emily. It's a joke, Emily. All right, we're back to not being able to paste again. Let's give it a restart. Because every time that happens, it's just annoying. Nice. Hey, I just got an emotional support Squirtle at the house. So I'm excited about that. That thing is soft and comfy and cuddly. He's my cuddy buddy. A Squirtle from Pokemon. They had him over at Costco. And it worked out well for me because we were buying a bunch of other stuff for a kid's party. So it looked like it was for a kid's party. Not for me, a grown-ass man. I wanted a Charmander, but they didn't have a Charmander. I was a little bit upset about that. They're being anti-fire. I beware, Emily. I can't hear you. What? Who? Samara?
Yeah.
Yeah, her birthday is Wednesday. So, like 2 days, 3 days from now? Yeah, you saw everything she got for Christmas, right?
Yeah, I know.
That's Melinda. We bought her a bike.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, bikes have come down in price, thankfully. Like the bike that we got her, like you remember the bike that I had when I was in school? Like the BMX style bike we paid like $500-600 for? Yeah, $200. Huh? It's pink. She'll be perfectly okay with it. Get the job done. Yeah, that her mom can run over. That's what happened to the last one. Wasn't paying attention. Pulled in the house. Ran it over. Yeah, Emily, I'm one of the hosts. And no, I can't stream it, Emily. They're children. I bet, Emily. Yeah, I'm sure you'd have a great time if you were here. We are doing hope and prayer right now that this just works. All right, before we put that all the way back on, let's find out. Sure looks like it. Why are my inputs? Why are my inputs being rejected? I already answered that question, Emily. I don't know. I think that might have been me from doing that. You got chocolate? Yeah, we ordered a cake. We were trying to find a specific type of cake, which was K-pop Demon Hunter, and we just were unable to find it. All right, let's get this. Don't worry, there'll be something on the screen in a second, guys. That's what she wanted. It's just no one had it. Hey, Master, you want to redeem change scene for me? Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, see, the problem is the color of the flash. Well, that's kind of fun, Emily. Yeah, I remember. Hey, this is Chris over at Bradenton PC Repair. Bradenton PC Repair. Good. I got working on that Xbox. I have it up and running again. So whenever he wants to come down and pick it up. Alrighty. Yep, have a good one. Bye. Huh?
Next comes another HD.
What is?
Next one up.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna do both of the PlayStations back to back.
Not with the next one. And Marine. Oh, we got 45 minutes.
Huh?
I'm tired.
Maybe stop staying up so late.
Not gonna happen.
So you'd rather just be tired than to just stop coloring a little bit earlier?
We stopped coloring for Lent. 4 weeks of torture. Which I am getting my house thoroughly. I'd still be staying.
Well, I hope he starts feeling better soon. All right, hit me up again with the change scene of my star. Kind of green. No, yellow then green. That worked.
Got pink for Valentine's Day coming up?
Yeah, I can change it to whatever I want. So RGB means that it can be any color that's in the RGB spectrum. So all light is made up of red, green, and blue. Remember back in the day, you shine a light through a prism and break it up? That's the RGB spectrum. So any color, any combination of those will create a color. Like, you know, when we first put up those lights in the living room, the color changing ones, and I would set them to red, green, and blue, and it would just be white. Like when you looked around the room, it's that same concept. All right, which one of these came in first? 1719. 17, we're doing a slim. 27. 12. Completed 3. So I think that's supposed to be yellow because it definitely looks green. But then this is very green. That's fine. In person, it's yellow. Oakley dokley folkley. Work on this PlayStation. At the end of the day, we will get the pie put into a case. All right. We have ourselves another one. PS5 Slim HDMI replacement. I need to order more of these. I only have 2 left. I thought I had 8 left. Bow, wow, 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 wow. Amazon, that's what I'm doing. Okay. All right, let's work on getting this bad boy apart. Every time with these things. All right, much like the large one, we just got a bajillion screws to remove, but there's less of the bajillion screws at least. Let's go ahead and take the fan out right away. One of the things that I will say Sony was and is pretty good at is learning how to save money making these consoles. And usually that leads to lower quality products and whatnot. But in this situation, I think what Sony learned was what they did not need to include. So originally with this fan, there was another piece of metal that sat on top of this. Producing it all as one piece saves them the production cost, which is actually pretty intelligent. All right, let's get all these bad boys out. So they don't have to produce an additional piece of metal that they're just going to slap in there. Yeah, I mean, they figured that out, didn't they, Master? I always forget there's one screw that's hidden. On these slims. Oh, it's right there. But they knew how to make it work, though, right? Regardless of whether or not it was a good system. Ah. Again. I think this is a different revision of the Slim that I haven't taken apart yet. Because I don't remember ever having taken one of these off, so. Oh, hold on. Is this a Pro? This is a PS5 Pro. That makes way more sense. way more sense. So we got to be careful because this is only glued on. This is the first time I've actually had a pro in the shop. So one of the things I do know about the pros is that this heatsink is not well attached. So we need to be very careful with what we're pulling on and moving around. And there is a screw right there. Oh, man. It looks like yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to get this off without removing this. I'm going to have to look into this because that being glued on there, I need to get a tool right there. So now I got to figure out exactly what the proper way to deal with that is. Oh, there's a bunch of screws underneath that. Ooh. I am a pro. But this is the first PS5 Pro that I've actually worked on in the shop. So apparently, we just put that on there with thermal paste. Good on you, PlayStation. What a stupid decision. All right, Emily. Yeah, it's thermal paste. It is thermal paste / putty. It can just be replaced with whatever. It just... Yeah. Ugh. Release, darn you. Thank you. I'm not forgetting any screws. I am not. Same as before. Yeah. No, Emily, you're on the other side of the world from me. At least now we know where they moved all of the heat pipes to. Which is literally the other side of the board. Definitely a higher wattage power supply. Yeah, and that's just like cracked. Oh, they put grooves in it. That's so much better. There's grooves in the metal, so it's not just a flat piece of metal anymore. Yeah, that's a true statement, Emily. That's way too far for me to fly. Actually, let's go farther outside. The United Kingdom, Emily. I've been to the UK before. Maybe, Emily. Okay, let's start. Start over here. Okay, get our solder on there. Move this. This is Chris. You beat me to it. Mhm. This is Chris. Yeah, it looks like the screen's just cracked. And that's what the problem is. Yeah. So I can order a replacement. It's 150 for the screen. And then my install cost is 100, so be looking at 250. Yeah, because it's not a 4K screen. It's in between 4K and like 1080, so it's like a 2.5K, and it's also not an OLED. That's the thing that really makes it super expensive. All right, I'll get it ordered, and then once it gets in, I'll get it installed. Absolutely. Yeah, I would say that. I'd say it's 3 to 5 days on shipping. So, yep, have a good one. Bye. Okay, I gotta get this screen ordered. Okay. See how well we can get this thing off of here. A lot of heat, no nozzle. Have a good flight, Em. Come on. We are almost there. It wants to go, but it also is not moving. Thank you, Emily. Something I haven't had to do before. Something is holding this on. All right, Em.
See you tomorrow. Get 11 p.m. night. I'm back.
It did. It's the Terminator. I'm Buck. Know where I will be. I just am. Hello. Thanks, man. Another package. All right. HDMI point. That's pretty good. Taking all that oxidation off of there. Okay.
Do you think Sony is aware of the constant mangled HDMI port issues with PS5s, and if they do you think they will work some design into the PS6 to mitigate it, or more likely just may not our problem?
You know, I think that it is more of a consumer side problem than a Sony side problem, honestly. But one thing that I do know that the Sonys do not have that the Xboxes have is the Xboxes actually have a ring that goes all the way around the outside, which makes them less susceptible to damage, because that ring that goes around the outside is like solid as a rock. And what ends up damaging the Xboxes is a lot more violent than what ends up damaging the PlayStations. Because it doesn't take much to do some damage to these guys.
Around the outside? Around the outside?
I don't think these attached at all. Yeah, they did not. Despite my best effort there. I could see that they were doing nothing. So let's just pop in here real quick. Are you serious right now? Is that you doing something back there, Angeline? Okay. Why? No matter how many times I clean you. I'll hydrate in a second. This board is absorbing way more heat than I'm used to with the PlayStation, so at least they got that part right. I am worried about that one. Hello. All right, we're looking at Start with that one. That one really, really does not want to sit down, does it? Angela, what are you doing?
I am trying to change.
If you're going into the BIOS, we talked about this. Do not go into the BIOS.
Trying to get into the boot menu and they're hiring. But the boot menu also has a password that's different than what's on this paper.
No, it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
I know, and I keep getting B. I get 1, 2, 3, 4 in, but when I do F9, it says enter password, 1, 2, 3, 4, beep.
You're supposed to hit enter.
I do hit enter.
Do it, Angeline. Go to the BIOS.
So I'm not going
YOLO.
to. That's the hard one.
Okay, yeah, don't. I'd rather you not brick someone's computer.
I'm not breaking. No, I'm doing.
I didn't say break.
Of me, F9. Boot menu. Password.
It's just not sticking.
Could you
Look.
try running some solder paste across there and using the hit gun on it, or is that too much?
I think it's going to be too much for this. Hey, thank you, Love Muffin.
Lube Muffin 93, 5 months.
Apparently. My thing decided to close. Weirdly. think it's on there now. Okay. So normally we don't have these kind of issues, but what's happening is this board has a different design that is way more efficient at absorbing heat than the other one, than the standard one. Um, find my solder, my iron cleaner here. Where is all this solder coming from? This thing isn't even hot enough to do that. Come on. This pencil sometimes, I swear. Nothing? Yeah, I gotta do stuff with that. Gotta fill out like a whole bunch of insurance like paperwork stuff. Like, it's crazy how well this thing is just shrugging off this heat. I think I'm gonna have to replace this HDMI entirely again. I don't understand why when I'm cleaning this iron, like nothing is coming off of it. Yeah, let's just be on the safe side here. It's sponge and a brush. All because of this. Thanks,
I
man.
think some of those may be bridged.
I appreciate the feedback and your insight in this situation. Nope, that's not good. Brush that off before. None of these are actually bridged. The internals of it are still fine. Back of it doesn't look great, but you know what? That doesn't really matter. We're gonna... One more line. Just having the best time with this. This board is just soaking so much heat. Like crazy.
I've heard that if you say solid after each leg it helps with adhesion.
Maybe. Solid, 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 solid. Nice. You're right. It did help immensely. Going on poorly.
You're welcome. I'll be here all week.
Now we just need this stuff to flow down. I gotta get my other Q-tips. All these Kimtech wipes, which for some odd reason do not want to come out of this box correctly. This stuff isn't even making a dent on this side. Yeah, well, I will say this. Sony with the Pro apparently spent a bunch of time working on heat dissipation. Let me see here. See, did that make it through to the other side? It still has not. You see, there's nothing on this side. Which means I got to do this to get this in here. As much as I do not want to. Because this has a good chance of separating those pins that we spent all that time working on. So that rear one's set, but the front one did. The front one did not. We got metal there. Oh, we got some up front now. Not bad. All right, let's do the other side now. Now that we know how annoying this is going to be. A little Marvin Gaye, some Luther Vandross. I'm just going to start by flipping this. Putting the flux on this side. And then we're just going to go right back to this. And then I don't have to come in behind this and clean all this stuff off of the motherboard. All we need is these things to pop. Come on. Top one just did. Why does this one refuse?
Might I suggest a dab of hot glue on either side?
All right, we're good. What would the hot glue do for me? All right, hopefully last pin check on this. Burnt myself. Solid, 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 solid. Covering against solid, 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 solid,
Add an extra
and
layer
solid.
of adhesion. Less likely it'll get pushed off the board, and it's an excuse to bust out the hot glue gun.
I don't need an excuse to bust out the hot glue gun. I can just do it. Let me grab my regular Q-tips. See if we can't get a little bit better clean on this thing. My thing's on there. I do need to get that off of there. So we'll do that here in a minute. If you want any proof of how solid this copper layer is, compared to the other ones. Like, whoo! That's pretty intense. I don't think any of the ones I have are T470s. All I have is the T45s. Oh, this thing's got a monster ground plane. All right, let's deal with this. Now that they've redesigned this. I was supposed to get an Amazon delivery of this stuff today. Our usual little bit of isopropyl alcohol on our Q-tip. And then we can move this off of this. Go. Onto our die. There we go. Get a nice layer on there. That's ready to go. Let's move that over there. Let's look at this side, because I'm interested what this side's actually going to look like. It looks like this actually has those marks that we were seeing. Like little channels to help hold this all in place. This is the copper, the cold plate. Gonna add a little back on here. Okay. Let's put these two things back together and see how it does. We are going to unplug some stuff first. that I don't need. Not using this pencil again. Like if this thing had more, just a little bit more oomph. And it doesn't say the wattage. I did like the thing that I like about these guys, about the pencil, is how fine the tip is. Like there's situations where I kind of need that. It'd be nice if this was just a little bit better quality one. So that'll be an upgrade for later this year. Get a little bit better quality version of this that can use these fine little tips. Unless I can find the super fine tips for my other one, which I don't think I can just because of the form factor. Yeah, that or maybe just different tips. It's just, it can't put enough heat into the board as I'm using it. Yeah, we'll look into some stuff, Master. I know you always have some pretty decent suggestions for this stuff, so. Move that. Move that. It's always just the tip. The thing that actually matters on soldering irons. Now I gotta look. Did this squirt all over the place? It did not. Nope. Means you're normal. All right. Now we get to do the fun parts. Well, before this can go back on. Oh, we got this. That needs to be up like that. We had 2 screws underneath, which was that one. And that one. Now we can start figuring this stuff out. Why does it feel like this is just slightly off? There we go. That's in there. I can't remember which screw this is. I don't think that's that one. Pretty sure that one's that one, though. Has Booter done any PS5 Pros yet? You guys know? I'd be curious to find out what he's doing for this thermal paste stuff over here. I was just curious if anyone specifically poorly new of Computer Booter has done any of the PS5 Pro HDMI repairs yet. Because I was like I said, I was curious what he would be doing with the thermal paste that holds these things on. The putty. It's not there. To go watch to figure out where I pulled this screw out of. Because I don't remember. It's not that. I just got to figure out where one of these screws goes. And then we can move on. Really? Okay. I was a little backwards on that. Coming along quite nicely over here. Wonder if I put some hot glue on this, if that'll hold it in place. Yes. It is a unique feature. Only on this. Sure would be nice if there was something more than that holding that in place. The reason it's like this is because they put screws literally directly underneath this. Like that was some sort of good idea. There we go. Oh, let's grab our splitter, see what happens. It was good. How about yours? All right, let's get it back together. The rest of the way. Want to get this standing vertical and see if it still works while being vertical. Power supply, don't jinx this. Oh yeah, power supplies are super cheap. Next week there's a run on them. Like, come on. Jinxing us to the freaking max here. Alright, now I want to make sure this works vertically. I don't know, I just got this weird feeling about it. All right, it's working. All right, one more to go.
Is there enough time in the workday to do another one?
Yep. The next one is not a pro. So should be slightly faster. Yeah, and I'm warmed up for the day, so there's that. Oh, almost forgot this thing. That goes on the other side. Hi, this is Chris over Bradenton PC Repair. That PlayStation's ready. Huh? How's it going? Okay. Yep. Bye. $41 to my desk, please, Angeline. Huh? All right. Now we just have a regular PlayStation. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. It's kind of weird. I agree. This has been opened before because our security sticker is completely missing. So I do believe this guy said that he has.
Have you ever had or played PlayStation? If so, what's the classic PlayStation title you had enjoyed from their portfolio of games?
Yeah, well, you guys know that I played PlayStation. I have multiple. Like I have a PlayStation 1, I have a PlayStation 2. I'm gonna get a PS3 Slim at some point. Probably pick up another PS4 Slim at some point. Just to have the collection. my favorite game on PlayStation was and is G Police. But if you want to look at just modern titles, it's the Final Fantasy series. It was the reason for the longest time to buy a PlayStation. So yeah, I'm not sure all these white marks are. They look like just straight up scratches though. This is a Gen 1 PlayStation. Easiest way to tell, this plate is not removable. So that plate right there. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, it did. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. So this one, it's not getting power. So we need to get to this. So we got to check the power on this. This one is not an HDMI port replacement. We're getting 12 volts. What did I just do with that cable? Did it fall on the ground? No, it's over here. Let's see. The button is borked. Let's look at the button. Oh, that's fun. I think the button itself is just physically donezo. Yeah, let me see here. Where is my PlayStation? Ow! Remember when I hit my elbow last week, Mom, and I said, that's going to leave a mark? Look, left a mark.
Where? Oh, over there.
Ah, it hurt like a mofo, too. Huh?
Clear all of them.
I think the reason that this thing is not turning on, I really got to stop putting this back together every time, is literally that power button. This is my spare. I really need to have like dedicated storage for this. What is this stuff even for? All this is going to go in here, and it's never going to go back together again. Because that's the smart thing. So here's the thing. I've tried the user controller thing. If for some odd reason the console is in like a reset mode, the controller will not turn it on. Or if the controller isn't paired, there's another way that it won't work. Oh no. Well, I'm taking the butt. What am I doing? I'm taking apart a PlayStation. Just had to reply to an email from someone. Hey, did you know that the Sony operating system that is on PS5 is a version of Linux? So we can put Linux on this strawberry. Yeah, I mean, Sony's not writing their own operating system. They're just using their own version of Linux to do everything. Because why not, right? Linux works on everything. All right, well, let's do this again. Oh, it's all based on Linux. Like there is, like how it loads those Linux instructions might be different, but it is 100% based on Linux. That's why Sony keeps having leaks and data breaches revolving around it. You know, I don't know. I would assume so, but I don't know for sure on the Nintendo side of it. Mac OS is something different, yeah. No more screws for this thing. Yeah, Xbox uses a cut-down version of Windows, which we're starting to see in tablets. Basically, without all the software spying. All this to unplug a cable, right? It's wild. Yeah, but it's not the same, Master. It is not like, what does my mouse spend the most time on? If I'm using frickin' Edge, what's the site I spend the most time on? You mean my screwdriver? There's also music playing. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. I also have a 3D printer running. Could be any number of things. I don't hear anything. Anyone else in chat hearing anything? Maybe. Do I have to change scenes, Lee? You guys don't want to look at the back of my head while I'm working on this thing? All right, well, that board is toast. Clean that up in the morn. On the morrow.
Change it back. I like seeing my reflection in your bald spot.
If I had a bald spot, I'd believe you. Hey, look at that. We got power. Now we get to do this in reverse. We're gonna put it back together, Master, because I'm pretty sure, because the only thing it was in for was not powering on. I will toss a couple screws into this, and I want to get, like, I'll go ahead and I'll do a video out test. But for now, I want to at least get this metal back on a little bit. And I will put this back in place. Just kind of sort of temporarily. I'm not clicking anything back in place. One thing that I did find interesting just now is there was no beep to signify that it was turning on. So I'm wondering if that's damaged for some reason. All right, let's see. Hey, we got a beep that time. Yeah, that power button, that power board at the front was borked. I will say this, Master, thanks to you, this, what the hell? This this HDMI splitter is paid for itself. For sure. Let's get this thing back together. And then call this guy, get this out of here. Yep, another one down. Didn't have to replace anything on it other than that front control board, which apparently is needed to turn it on sometimes. Yeah, it's going to be my normal cost. $125. I already had the part here, so should start ordering dead PlayStations. Not for me to fix, but just like parts. Because honestly, I've been using a lot of like parts off of these ones that I have here. That's fine, right? Like as long as it works for parts, it's what I need it for. I mean, I have beds around my desk for my dogs. All right, let's put this back together. Yeah. We just get the...
my doggos. Yeah, what would that look like? Like I'm not saying no, I'm just saying what would it look like? Because we're already pretty small. My next emote that was picked by Poorly is Smug Me. I just need to figure out what type of smug. Like or do we get the full-on effect? This is Nick. Hey, it's Chris over at Bradenton PC Repair. Hey, your PlayStation's ready. I replaced the power button board because for some odd reason it was preventing the entire system from turning on. So your total for everything is going to be 125. Yeah, everything else seems to be perfectly fine. I've started it up, turned it off. All the thermals seem to be fine. Nothing else is going weird with it. Yeah, that's fine. And then, like, you'll have a 30-day warranty. If so something else starts going on, I can take a look at it further. Yep, have a good one. Cream of the crop. I'm the cream of the crop. Don't test me. Oh yeah, brother. All right. These are, I hate some of these panels after they've been damaged a little bit. They are almost impossible to keep on these things. And this guy 100% damaged these things. There we go. You can see by all the scratches on there. Come on. There we go. $41. Alright, you can move number 41 to shelf 4, please. Move number 10 to not started. 3 waiting on parts already. Ordered. Put around this thing. Sure. Back to this. That's creepy, Poorly. Oh, perfect fit. PlayStation. Right there.
else tonight? All right, I'm gonna leave in 10 minutes. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, just leaving 30 minutes early. Yeah, we will leave just slightly early. Well, that'd be nice.
You leave. Did I not bet on the Hornets at Jazz?
What are you building here now?
It's a shelf to go up here for this box. So I can just put it. No, they're called. They're Kimtech wipes. Yeah, they are lint-free cleaning wipes.
You mean like a good business owner?
What's that red thing between P and C on the sign?
It's a play button from YouTube. It's an award. I 3D printed it. Because you don't get one until you get to 10,000.
A button like that?
That specific one is what's called the Diamond. That's for 1 million subscribers.
Oh my gosh.
A lot of people got them. I got a long way to go and a lot of work to do.
Did you print it red?
Yeah.
I didn't know you had red.
I do have red, yeah.
That's such a gold thing.
It is.
I have to fix the cords in the computer above it because they're all falling in front of your sign.
Yeah, they weren't like that before.
No.
Figure out what's going on there. Yeah.
Print a sign for front. It says, look up.
For what?
People can look at the computers up there.
They're good. I am. I'm slowly creeping up.
Fascinates Steve Truex. Do it.
No shot. They got Rui back. All right.
My computer have a hole for earphones?
Yeah, I think so. You don't want to do this again. We are going to bet against the higher seeded team.
One Super Bowl.
Huh?
One Super Bowl.
First week of March, I think.
March? That late?
Or first week of February. We're in the playoffs right now. I don't know. I don't follow football.
Also, nobody's been determined yet.
Yeah.
Is that the trivia night? Go Packers! Go Bears! It's like, ooh, that'd be a good term.
Packers lost.
Or did
They were up going into the fourth quarter 27-3 and lost.
Oh.
Yeah, you got to go with the Cavs on that. You want church tonight?
Yes.
All right, guys, we're out of here. I will be streaming tonight. I got a lot of work to do on websites and whatnot and videos, so you will see me there. I will talk to you all soon. See ya.